Ndaipirai.
Research.
Ndiripo. Ariseipa. Ozi.
Kuri kupisa shangu.
Pisa.
Hapo ndanzwa nei FIFA manje because maruva akutanga kubluma saka mawari.
Oh. Hey.
Mm.
Tight. You have to take vitamin C.
Ameno. Zvinoshanda.
Don't be a man. Varume hamudima pirizi.
Samari tinovada but zvinoti netsei. Otherwise, how's the UK?
Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. It's getting a bit cold, but we survive.
Hamsani mazvijaira here.
Well, it's not so bad, but yeah, chando achichairiki.
Taura ako achichairiki.
Chando achichairiki ba. But otherwise we are good. We are good. Murugitego ne shisham.
Unoziya, you know the saying, when the chickens come home to roost.
Yeah.
It wasn't a question of what is going to happen. It was a question of when it was going to happen. It was a question of when. Do you know what my boy Lloyd Chikari akanditi, I want you to see something.
Yeah.
Scotland yaitamba kukaroi. Akanditi, I want you to see something. I can look at that.
Yeah.
Ndimandatarisa. Unoziya, ndimandatarisa so akariwa ndikati, what am I looking at? Akatarisa ref. Akati, just look at the ref. Unoziya, so brilliantly in the open, was so transparent with munhu abhadharwa.
Was that the game that was then
Karoi was
when it was
winning.
abandoned?
Karoi was winning. Karoi was winning. And then he gave some dubious score. Scotland ikadzora. Akanditi, you see where our football is going.
Yeah.
Unoziya, zvakandinetsa. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, but this is so wrong. And the same team, iyo Scotland iyoyo, comes to Harare. I don't know if it is zvakaitika. Ndobva vahwina. And then which one was supposed to win? Imos A. Mos akati, this is wrong. Mos wanted to pull out. But you see, because Maneku Norton, had already started following his team, so he knew what, it won't be fair on the pick from Norton. So he kept the team there. So now the question is, you see, the problem, let me start with the problem. The problem is, as long as we have politically affiliated people involved in sport is never going to progress. Hakuna in any country. Mukada kupinza politics mbora hazvibudi. Look at Uganda. Mdharauya, he calls my players and says, wakagweswa sei.
Wow, I watched that
video.
I watched that video of the Ugandan goalkeeper being asked, what did you do?
By a president.
And he was so scared, that boy. I felt for him.
Exactly. Unoziya, this is what I'm saying, Kuti. Vanhu who vane ability to run the game will not want to be involved because vanenge vakutya. Zvakatanga even, zvanafidza bhora zveshe, bhora kunafidza. There's someone I know that's my junior at school. Akatombozvinyora ndikamuti, shamwari, are you sure neunhu wako? Bhora kunafidza. And then when Fidza messed up, then I said to him, Taura waiti bhora nafidza. He never said anything to me again. Because
But I think
look,
it's a problem we just been long standing because we came from an Leo Mugabe as well. It's always been politics.
no,
But
but
I do think in other countries, though, there are people who are connected politically, they are billionaires, but the associations, they make sure that the football side is not affected by the politics. Uh, if you are an owner, you don't get involved in day-to-day runnings of the club or then influencing Maref and stuff. That's
very good example. Look at Nottingham Forest.
yeah,
Muridzi weteam takes over zvese zvekuiteam,
everything. He wants to be
zvese.
the
Now
sporting
the team
director.
struggles. Team yakushati manje. Team yakushati tikuitei. Why was Nuno
Yeah,
fired? He can't even explain that.
yeah,
And
yeah,
then he
yeah.
brings Ukona, you disturb the dynamics of the team.
The
Now
flow
he
of the
brings
team.
in Big Ange. I like Big Ange. I like Big Ange, but
Yeah, he's
this
a
was
good
the wrong
coach.
move. He shouldn't have gone there.
Yeah,
Because those players, how are they feeling about Nuno?
yeah, yeah. And without a preseason, Big Ange is a completely different style of play. So if you come
You
in
see?
with your style of
Yeah,
play after Nuno, it's like complete opposite.
yeah, yeah. So back to Boraredi.
Yeah.
You know, Magwizi was involved in Banket United.
Yeah, he was not never involved. He says he was involved, but I think I saw a statement where Packet FC said he was not really involved with us. So I don't know what
Why?
happened.
Yeah, what? But what would they say? Vanoziva. If you know, you know. And
Yeah,
he was, but that team struggled nine. And then you get that kind of that kind of guy. He comes in,
yeah,
and then you have a businessman says, "Don't think I motor." If you vote this guy in, already
yeah,
there's a problem with all that. He didn't
yeah.
get
The
in there
ethics have
because he
already
deserved
been
to be in there.
broken.
He got in there because people were promised were paybacks and it.
Yeah,
So it that kind of thing will follow you wherever you go. It will follow
yeah,
you wherever you go.
yeah.
Right. You know, my
Hi,
my
Calvin.
my dad, Kev,
You good?
my dad used to say in the EP, my
Yeah,
dad used to say,
I'm just coming out of the meeting for 1 minute. Yeah, I'll be back in.
All right, that's fine.
okay, that my dad used to say, Mumbai Kureri per market.
Yeah,
You know what that means? You know what that means?
yeah,
If you're going to get Mumbai market and Mufana make
yeah,
sure put before muchizi that when a market cut, you need to
yeah,
change races I know it can so that it's
yeah,
ready by the time you end up
yeah,
market. If it's gonna gain 5-10 kilos, it should be then. Mombe,
yeah,
I'm ready to win a market next week. Motagara feed us.
yeah.
It can gain 500 grams in a name it like. You
That's
understand?
true. Yeah, that's true.
You these races, there is poor planning, there is partner foresight. There's no anticipation. Partner scouts.
No.
There are no scouts. There are no scouts. There are no the technical team. Let me tell you, bringing in Caetano is a smokescreen. Let's not get it twisted. It's a smokescreen of Varama fans. Caetano is not going to do anything. What is Caetano going to do? What is he going to do? What is he going to change?
Some people
What
were
is he going to
saying
change?
that
Chirag, we
he's.
failed to change Arimo.
Oh, Chiragui, did he have any voice? At least
That's what I'm
Caetano
saying.
says
Same with
he's just.
Caetano. Same with Caetano. This
Yeah.
guy is too close to the Zifa boss for any of these guys to say anything to him.
So you think he doesn't have any ability to give any
Ah,
input?
wangu. Hapana iputiano paka na awana. Let's not, hey, Tavan Wakuru, Tavan Wakuru, let's not pretend like we don't know. Nis has become so pompous. Antara zvanoda. Do you hear the things he says? He doesn't take He doesn't take responsibility for anything happening with the team. Anotokuudza kuti no problem yedu apa it's
haisipori
problem
nyaya
yeteam not
yelanguage
yangu.
here. But you
Aiwa,
do know my Germans. If you've interacted with my Germans, they are just straight shooting people. They don't
no,
really
no, no, no,
go
no.
around.
Yes, they are straight shooting people, but this guy has taken it a notch further. Mfesu Yukaoyu, Mfesu, he's actually blaming everyone else except himself as the coach.
Yeah,
Ukuona. This guy, okay, example. You know Mike Madoda, aren't you? Mike Madoda is the communications, where's Zifa? Aren't you know
yeah,
that?
yeah,
Wambona Mike aripo pamaconference aya. He organizes that, but wakamuona
yeah.
akagara
He
ipo
will be in the
pachitaura.
background. It seems he doesn't want to.
Exactly, boss Basarake calls him to do that. What is Magwizi doing conference national team? Or, or ari kuya ipapo as who?
It was an
They should be
endorsement
they
of.
should be there.
It was an endorsement of the
Nah, nah,
coach
nah, nah.
because there's been so
Nah,
many
nah.
words
No,
said about
listen,
the coach.
listen, listen. Karalcha press conference, your team, to talk about the upcoming match. You need the coach, you need the captain, and the vice captain. And it's here.
Yeah,
Chete. But here he was there. He's even given an input. Okay, do you see that's Murugupua, that's a signal, that's a power signal. Ekukudza kuti whatever you think or you assume about this guy, hapana kwaari
yeah.
kuenda.
But yes, it's a show of support for the coach after a rocky few weeks, and you were all calling for his head. So the Ziffa president was coming to the press conference to say, no, we are stable, we are preparing for the tournament. We still have the coach. Then introduce Munumtema as the assistant.
One more point before Kevi has to say. I'm gonna
Yeah,
you see Kukocha, Kevi will agree with me. Kukocha is not just my paper. Kukocha,
yeah,
if I'm going to that, I don't know what to call it. If I'm going to that, something that makes you see what others don't see. Timu yako
yeah,
ichitamba sonyasona kuti apo pandakuenda pakapa pakuda nhingi akapinda womuudza kuti ukapinda want you to do abc womuudza kuti
yeah,
enda anodza nhingi aite abc woti enda anodza nhingi aite abc. That's why if you see many players when they come in anodaidza players so omuisira munzeve unodaidza omuudza coach anenge amuudza kuti go and tell nhingi adai to suit this guy apinda because takutsvaga chii takutsvaga result.
yeah,
You're with me handitya.
yeah,
But iwewe as a coach you go with your players kuhondo, you lose, you come back. When you come back, you're not tweaking anything in that team. Unongoti no tadyiwa paya wotaura zvaunoita woti vhara smoke screen. You put the same guys back in there. What do you think is going to change? You don't even tweet it. What do you think is going to change? Is anything going to change?
No, it doesn't change. If you have to change your tactics, if you are going to change anything.
Change the
Yeah.
tactics,
Anyway,
change the players.
welcome, Calvin. Welcome, Al.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
hope you've been
Thank
good.
you.
We started with a hot issue here, the one we were talking about our group, the Shisham issue, and then yeah. So Ray was just talking about the Shisham issue is just a symptom of what's been happening with Zifa and stuff. Yeah. So that's where we've been. Yeah, but anyway, we've got two games in the coming week. South Africa, then Lesotho. From the squad that I'm seeing, nothing much has changed. It's we've got Fabish who's coming on per midfield. I guess to replace who's being replaced per midfield. Then Marshall is available for 2 games. They say. Then Kumberi, I think Machope has been replaced by Prince Dube. The defenders, they are just the same as the last time. Yeah, same as the keepers. They are the same. from what we've been seeing in the past weeks, I think Marshall has scored 2 goals, I think, since the last international break. Seems he's been in good form. Then Tawanda is continued to score as well. I've heard Prince Due has been scoring as well, so maybe that's why he placed Majope, or maybe he just doesn't fancy Majope. Yeah. Then Chipeze got his usual my man of the match, that cup they play in South Africa, as well as Washi. I think he saved about 3 penalties over the weekend, so he seems to be in good form. Mave, I think he's been coming on sub still. I think he's come on as a sub in the past 2 games. He hasn't been playing my full games, but at least maybe now he's in the squad. Yeah. And it's interesting that Knowledge is still listed as a midfielder on the squad. So I guess you'll continue in midfield. Yeah, so I don't know. What do you think about the squad? Do you think there is anything that they should have changed, Calvin and Al?
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, you know what? Nigini am engage. Pane phone engage. Pane phone koya nanda kamiri raga. Saka engage ringa. Saka yakata nigin. Ndanda kusakunzwa. But
Right.
so I'm going to have to speak to you ndanda mota because we were waiting for near madam yange phone. Saka I need to go and fetch it. One or good on the phone. So
that's fine.
So just give me 2 minutes and go jump it into the car and I'll say whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Al. Can you hear Mr. Al? Mr. Man City? Can't hear you.
Zangalewa, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Zangalewa. You've been abusing us in the past weeks. Maybe Gopa can the mic on you. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I was saying kuti pa midfield ndo pandiri worried napo vanhu pane vanhu vashoma ona 1 or 2 players vakakuvara that will be a disaster.
Yeah.
I think one even 5, including Musona, who we know that is not even a
He's not a midfielder
to begin with.
I don't know why. Yeah.
So it's worrisome, that midfield. I don't know how he's going to set it up. It will be interesting to see how he's going to set it up. Obviously, maybe Nakamba and Diangari 6. I don't know if he's going to play 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1. Nakamba Nangirikiri Namnetso Vari Vachiholder. Or Nabakamba na Fabish. I don't know if Fabish would have Tampa position.
Fabish played as a 6 when they played in Morocco. He played as a 6. Yeah.
Saka tine 2-6 saka Fabish na Ngirigiri. Nakamba. Then we end up at 10.
Chirewa at 10 or Marshall at 10.
Komsona nenda.
So does Msona have to play?
Nogona kubvaga pari pa bench. But ndopfungwa dzake
but I know kuti Niz will play Msona.
Yeah.
What do you think about that midfield play?
Amana, Musona ndewe mabviravira. Hakuna player mabviravira anogara pansi. Let's not gentlemen, listen, gentlemen. If we learn to call a spade, we'll never have problems in this life. Musona, instinct ya knowledge, ndeyekugoesa. Knowledge is a striker. Instinct yake ndeyekugoesa. Knowledge, instinct yake is so powerful when he's in front of goal. Izvi zvatida kuita izvi zvinoda kutora knowledge tomisa midfield zvakafanana nekuti tiri kurima nditi munoziva mune jongosi remusha rinorova muforo from nowhere moribvisa moritienda kuside uku moisa kadiki roza rinoita sei renge rida kudzoka ukuku rinoda kudzoka bhoza ndo zvarajaira indofamba neapa uri kunzwa.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see, we are supposed to win, but we are taking wakomana vari offensive tovaisa kumashuro. Handiti I do not kumberi kwacho dati kuiswe hani. Time on, let's talk about time on Machope for a minute.
Yeah.
Wakomana, inini I've seen strikers. Ndichikura ndichitambawo chasese. I've seen strikers. Kune vanhu vane natural instinct yekugoisa anoziva to get it up. Haana zvekuti iwewe utase ukangomisa munzira maro chete dhoi roro rinozunzwa chete. Timon anozunza dhoi. I do not like Scotland. I do not like Scotland. But Timon, I'll bet you everything I have. Timon anozunzira dhoi. Timon anogoisa bhora. That fella arondakabva kupi. That fella knows. Ane instinct iri mazi pesi. Right. For Timon to shine, kana Timon anozunza. Look at his goals ku Scotland. Vanotambaka, vanongomupasira in his way. Look at how coolly he looks at the boy, he looks at the keeper. Then
he just places.
Time when you can tell what as funga achimhanya, he places the ball. Time when I bora zvechibvambi anenge atoplan kugara kuti uyu keeper achafamba so da kumurova so. A time on instinct striker, right? I want to tell you something. There's a player. If you ask akambotamba dream team, akambodaidzwa camp. This guy is Richard Mwamba Ompelele, right? This guy tamba zesa wange Division 1, right? This guy aita chitamba so ayozama midfielders ake handiti kuti isam space dambatisa speed mafesa madefenders aya vomupa pass omhanya all the midfielders dano vanomhanya ndipe mugumbo. This guy had skill. His nickname is Cracker. Bvunza vanomuziva shamwari ka ndiye Timon Machope. Cracker aigoisa bhora. Cracker aidambura. Cracker aiziva kuti ndikangopuwa bhora I just need 110. Defender akangosumudza gumbo chete. It's on. You understand?
Yeah.
It's an instinct you cannot take it away. You cannot replace it. Timon anda munhu anoziva. Look at Scotland. Ndira yakutozviziva. That's why akatama nakamaka vanongotata vongoleya in his way so.
Through pass. Yeah.
Time now wapuwa bhora in his way chitoziva kuti go bhora. Don't even doubt it. Igo bhora. Riri kupinda. Right. You need Timon Machope. Look at his build. He's a tall fella, that one. He's a big boy. Anditya. Prince the tall fella. He's a big boy. He's got pace and he's a big boy.
Yeah.
Apana veda anataunda vari two ava. Anditya. Isaumoko umo vashungurudze vanhu maplaying. Vashungurudze vanhu vamhanise vanhu maplaying umo. Vamhanise vanhu. If one of the Tawandas is supported na Jalai, if one of the Tawandas is supported na Zemura, I'm telling you pakata apa manje mashi oiswa ina roho yekuti notice unataki oiswa roho yekuti anenge from the wings borada paarika uri push achina mberi achi hold because Mashi is tenacious. Mashi is tenacious. Mashi will fight. Mashi will run for you from 0 to 100 kushikadona. Mashi will give it to you. And it uyu favorite captain wake uyu haasati afitu gia risati rapinda. Remember mabhazi ekushata aita asati apinda mugia dzvuku. Gia dzvuku asati rakwana ngaambobira. Izvi zvida kuti hanze totengerana malambogini ana chichi. That's rubbish. That's neither here nor there. Ngaambobira. Handiti ngapatambiswe Marshall ngatambe that hold. Remember mushini aitamba Orlando Pirates. He was a holding, but I advance every now and again, like every DM does. But we need someone that's so secure, so safe that we know Gucci. He's got grit. Achapinda. And he's not worried about my injuries. Mashi never worries about my injuries. I don't go pinned. Who is too worried about my injuries? Actually, my games are crucial. My games are Sarah. And we cannot be doing matral era. Uyimvetu yaziyo zvanoita. Inini hangu adhono nemuda kuita iGermany pazita. Let me tell you. Takamboita
takambonzwa kaumwe muGermany Fabisha aigona. Ndakati takanzwa kamwe takamboona umwe Fabisha aigona. Saka taane mentality yekuti yekuti maGermany anogona.
No,
What?
what a winner is. Fabisha Simplisa, what a winner is. I got Simplisa, how football is good. Football. Paka we another player, Anonzi Pagao. Do you remember? Which Daraso
For
China,
sure.
Pedro,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
I now got a Sterek, but Daima Kamtarisa, the team he was building. Guess
Yeah. The
what? Guess who
philosophy.
that team was revolving around? Guess who it
Mkamba.
was revolving around?
Mkamba.
Denver Mkamba. Why? Because at that time, Denver was the Denver.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So easy. You drop striker uyo. And another issue, Jalai, para Jalai, para is magic, para Jalai. But Jalai any competition in national team member
No, he doesn't. We
for
don't
that right
have
back
options
position.
at right back. I think
Thank you.
I think he had
Why?
hoped could
Is
he.
Murira the next best thing? Is Murira the next
No.
best thing? We have no, no. Let's get another right back and Aaron Spark. So Jalai knows could we are no sparkle. I don't know that we are no sparkle. Saka, it will make him switch on all the time. Look at my players in my professional leagues. I don't have a bench. I think there's a sub. Panokwara face one replace here. Look what happens. I know switch a gear. I know that could face as well. Zoka ndiri poka. I don't know Mugarawanza.
Mm.
We need that competition in a fire, but we don't
Yeah.
have because Jalai knows kuti Murira. Murira kasaimba nekachite.
He's there for morale. He's there for morale. Yeah, it's
Vafaniza
concerning
the
that.
majokos.
It's concerning that seems he's still the coach still thinks Msona is a midfielder. I think from the last game, I thought you would have noticed that midfield experiment was not working, or otherwise I would have thought this time, because we had a problem with goals, you would say Msona, stay in the box. Ndoisa Mashi na Chirewa or whoever behind you, you or Msona stay in the box, because we know that Msona can score, but probably because of age he can't be doing box to box. So it's concerning Kuti. The coach still thought he was a midfielder again. I guess we will have to see Kuti achamtampisele midfielder.
Can you hear me? Because it
Yeah, I
seems
can hear
like
you now, but
network
you
is
were
like.
breaking a bit.
Your network is poor.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. You know what? I saw the list. Yeah. I don't know if we saw a different list. I saw the list where strikers and midfielders were put in the same bracket. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
like
one.
they said, midfielders and strikers. Yeah. Yeah, which it was interesting because I've never seen anything like that. First time ever in my football life where I've seen, a list where it doesn't say who is the midfielders, who is the strikers, and to just bump them into the same day. So I would like to think that there's a reason behind that. Many a times, I'm someone who tries to look at every little detail, and try to see if there's a meaning to it, and you can't just say, I'm just going to pile all of them in one group, without a reason. And hopefully we'll see the reason why he would have done that, yeah. But for me, for now, I'm finding it difficult, because I have almost like ill feelings, towards this coach, and to an extent where I worry whether my thinking about what he's trying to do, ends up being biased, or am I still able to sort of articulate things in a more objective manner, which I try to do all the time as much as I can.
Yeah.
because what we have seen so far, and especially like even with the Musona issues, to imagine that he could do that again is almost like you're giving. It's like what we call jobs to the boys. Yeah, you have your own people, and you just make sure that they're there, that they shouldn't be in. Musona is no business. No business whatsoever there, because it's not a midfielder, and he's never been one, and he will never be. There's a difference in football between someone who's just doing a job because he's been asked to. If I'm a midfielder and I'm asked to do a job, and I'll give you an example. Slowboys, is this Slowboys? Yeah, whatever his name. Yeah, it's Liverpool.
Yeah,
he's been asked to do Slowboys. Yeah, he's been asked to do a job at right back. Yeah, and he's a midfielder. No matter what, no matter how good he is, you still see that he's not a right back because there's fundamental issues or fundamental stuff that are basic or the foundation.
Yeah.
How can we then do that? How can we do that? On a national level, you know, but even 20 or say that I'm vouching for PSL. As I'm saying, loads others in the South African league, European leagues, and all that. Yeah, you can call them. You can find one there who plays there week in, week out, who will do a job. And this, you know, this square pegs and round holes, you know, and doing it at a national level, for me, is a disgrace. And so I find it difficult because of that. I'm finding it difficult, you know, to actually trust that coach, you know, because I think everything that it's been, even where I've given him the benefit of the doubt, you know, but it just seems like he just proves me right all the time when I wish he proves me wrong. You know, as a coach, I heard you know, you guys were talking about Murugira and you were talking about Majalai and all that, yeah? The person who causes these issues is none other than the coach. If a coach shows that you are the one and I don't look or see much beyond you, that in itself, you know, demoralizes the player who is trying to compete with in that position. And secondly, most importantly as well, it lowers the level of the player who is playing in there because he feels that he's got no competition. You're there, but you're not actually giving me any competition. So if the coach was, you know, from the onset, not just wait until now. If throughout the qualifiers, you know what? Yes, you might be my number one right back. You might be my number one centre back. You might be my number one striker. But I've got someone who, just like that, I can shock you. You're not starting in the next game because that other player is starting. That's what a manager or a good coach does with a squad. Unlike, you know, in club football where you're limited to 25 or whatever at a time until the next window. You've got a pool, a massive pool as a national team because you can call any player who plays in certain positions. So now that coach, you know, he's put it into some players' heads, you know, that no matter what, they're going to be there. They will be there and they will play. And it doesn't help Zimbabwe. All it does is it lowers the level, you know, from those players. Even if, you know, it's not that the player will be thinking, I want to lower my levels. It's a natural thing. That happens with human beings. Without pressure, you don't deliver what you can deliver under pressure. That's the problem that I'm having with this whole, shenanigans, that's happening with this squad. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. What do you think about? Do you think the appointment of Caetano will help in any way in terms of team selection, players in positions, or defensive organization? Do you think Caetano being there instead of Textual?
Where Blaz where anonzi Textual ngachitobvaga kunational team achisina nzvimbo kweachakwana. It is good kuti Caetano akatouya right time on uya achisina place ngwenya, that position is his for good. Ngagara ari ipapo because anogona kukocha anyway.
Yeah.
On he's a good coach, and he came from the lower levels throughout all divisions going right up to the top. Akaita head coach at one point. So he has the CV, he has the knowledge. So
Ray was arguing kuti he's an assistant, so he doesn't have much of a voice. What do you think?
Yeah, it depends. Nekuti uyu murungu yakakura musoro sei on. Kana achipisa musoro asingateerera assistant, then obviously input ya assistant inenge isina basa. But kune mamwe makocha anoteerera anoconsulta.
Zakalewa uyu mvetu ikawe chimbomuteerera kana chitaura. He has become so pompous. He's become he would rather tell you kuti imi maZimbabweans mutone problem, inini handina problem. So do you think he's the type ya coach anoteerera assistant wake pesi?
Yeah, ndo pane problem ipapo manje. Yeah, aneka stubborn kainapo.
A coach needs to be a bit stubborn.
No.
What do you mean he has to be stubborn?
A coach, you're supposed to have a bit of an ego if you are to succeed as a coach.
Look at my Premier League teams when they play. There's a guy who monitor video and coach akatarisa. Kana waita decision wanoungana vese so votaurirana so, and then they come up with a decision. And this is where you're taking input from your technical team. Uyu face uyarita zvake ega. Uyu face uyu wemurungu. And then uyu wekura munhu mbama uyu. Gentlemen ka ini nangu handizivi. The statement yakataura ndikawirana namushi yakatanzi even top European coaches do it. This is where everything goes haywire. This is where everything gets lost. Even top European coaches do it. Okay, fine. He's telling a journalist. As a journalist, with his salt, over that issue. Something should spring in your mind with, since what are we? Tipo example, one coach akambozvita zvokutaura izvozvo. I don't natural instinct here. That's the next thing you should ask. Two coach one, not two the one akamborwa player over player. You see, it's because Gika our reporters, our journalists, our so-called journalists, they are not really vanotsvaga my problems to solve, to help resolve nyaya. One who are just there for affiliation, and they don't ask the proper questions. First, we are as mabasa to fight up poor officiating, as mabasa kuti refs say you do not assault your own player. It make matters worse. That player was trying to restrain him. He was trying to batter coach him Sada, and he smacked that player. And then people and say, you see now, kunzi babata hanzi vanataka defense hanzi stop saying that.
No,
Stop saying that. See, zvakafanana even as a parent or as a teacher kuti unorova mwana for no reason obva taka kuti hanzi vamwe vabereki vakatsamwa vanozviita. First year should not be anywhere near football. For that, he should not be anywhere near football. For now, he should not be anywhere near football. And for starters, let's start there.
A very lengthy suspension.
Yeah.
And I think it makes you wonder what value he was adding to national team if he has such a temperament. Is he able to explain anything to the player? Or if a player comes and asks him to explain, could he, okay, coaches asked me to do this. I think we should do this.
Let's connect the dots. Let's connect the dots. Remember under 17 team by Garoa? What did the coach say?
These players
can't even defend. These guys can't even defend against social. Hansi can't even defend against social league. Look at the caliber of the player. Amanaka, look at the caliber of the coaches. The coach Arkuti, my players, Angwangandi now, and the Western social league players. But you are the one who picked them. You are the one who called them. And then Warowa, instead of you taking the blame as the coach, which okay, the blame is on me. What about my insipo? Wakumana was Dakwa. Mano Jigone is Dakwa. See, you see what
sorry guys. Ndakungo pick up phone after that and Jagukata Itate. So I'm just picking up the phone 2 minutes and then I'm with you.
All right,
and that wasn't Pinta on issues the coach says Kaitano and also the Uyu Weguru Amono Vamos. Yeah. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, see you later.
So the caliber of people we are living to lead Bonaedu and it. Yeah. If you go back time, let's go back time Fabish. Yeah. Somebody, that guy called players and you'd call players. He would stick to the players he called. He would justify why he called them. And those players would justify their positions in the national team. And it Pakambo did a lot of hoo-ha about why he wasn't calling Moses Chunga.
Yeah, Chunga.
That guy knew Rezamin not going any injury. He knew Rezamin not going any injury. And did he knew Moses Rezamin would not give him what he knows Rezamin could do. And there's a backstory behind it. I don't know how far true it is. I did confirmation with it. And until he organized that friendly, he squad Jackie versus the other select in Moses Chunga. He told Rama to mark Moses Chunga. And it didn't end well. Yeah. So you see, if that backstory is true, but the bottom line is Dream Team delivered where it needed to deliver. And back then, when I some qualification slots, the teams that I Nazo, Wakomana, it was not easy. Egyptian, the Hosan twins, the Hosan brothers, Osama son and whatever son.
Yeah.
And that chance and the Maradona of the Nile, Hani Ramsey. The Wakomana team here, and then come in Ivana, Ana Jonko Pagao, Ana Silma Kanaki, Ana Thomas Mkono was their keeper, I think. Ana all those guys there. Cameroon that was Cameroon. And then Guinea and Titi Kamara. We saw those guys in National Sports Stadium. We saw them, which was actually better to Liverpool, but it's better. Shaman was just not Abapoku Boraka, but just not eating Iru Sota. And all the time, Taiji knew one Bora just not like Zambia. We had Zambia. Gibim Basela. I'm going to tell you, Jimmy, what I tell Church Africa different Jays name so. Somewhere one free kick, I think 2 minutes to go. It was the draw. We went out because of some point. And then you have people who have the audacity to say, Dream Team Abana Jagara. Dream Team Wagomana, Dream Team. Anyway, Dream Team Wagomana 3. Wagamwena ground I live in Borara 3. Muchingwe mamo nyama ya kugocha. Borara 3. When I live in 11, because you knew when these guys came in and that team
under expectation.
If Fabisho Vataura Kuti. Yeah. If Fabisho Vataura look, we're expecting Peter to come because akatamba nezuro. Soon after the game, after akakwira ndege, we're expecting him to be there. Unoziva kuti team yacho chibuda chioma vanhu vaiti unozviva zvapera zvonzi akawere kuzongobudikira so wamai magetsi noaziva iwe DJ aita zvaanoita DJ achisota vanhu kuflying kunzwa DJ achituna vese vaitsvaga kuti kari kupi DJ achituna uko mumwe achituna uko Peter akachituna uko DJ achituna uko vese vatsvaga agent sau vairova marun so handakutaurira paingofura 10-15 minutes kwete yave nyama yegocha takutoimba hapana tasingadzokeri mashure yave nyama yekugocha iwe DJ akapa munhu apo azaire akadaizwa udzouya kuno nadj akadzoya kuno atsikirwa bhora akadzoya kuno akarohwa teaspoon unoziva skill teaspoon mbama unoziva yokuti bhora ronzi munhu akanzi ndobva kutopa refa munonzera red card buda kana uchiziva kuti vanhu vari kuuya zvotamba bhora vadaidzwa vanosota that's what you expecting to see coach anenge achiziva and yet maassistants ake aitaura navo fabish aitaura nemafrida unova achitaura vari vese obva asumuka utanga kuti uyu unyaziva kuti the single team is working together vakomana vemarketing vachita vakomana vakambopihwa mota dzanyorwa mazita avo so vaigara kukresta mheno vaigara uko kumasasa uko mumwe neumwe achita basa rake the team would give you results.
Yeah, but isn't
izvekuti
it that team had a good
tasikamuoni isusu
it had a good grounding that team here. The Peters that you're talking about vafana vaibva kuma-juniors Highlanders and it and then they would play so many games, then they would come into senior team, they are ready. He was ready at 17, Pete. But these guys
but see, at the same time look at the ZPSL chairman. We knew he was there, but tasingamoni taingozoti ariko mudhara.
Why do you want to see them? We don't want to see this.
But in fact, all the time, Magwizi. Don't you see Magwizi returning for you? RBJ, what is he there for?
He was trying to reassure the nation. He was trying to show stability.
Reassurance,
OJ.
Reassurance. Of course, everyone knows that there was a lot of noise about the coach.
pane pawakamboona Henry achipinda
that's
OJ pane pawakamboona wenyu yanonzani Henry ari mupress conference
Liverpool
haiwa zvekuti muri kudyiwa zvina basa mbotiudza kuti wakambomuona mupress conference here for reassurance
aiwa zveLiverpool hazvina basa.
You wouldn't see him.
Exactly.
Andiri kuona ndiro malevels achona yayo saka Magwizi anenge achitsvage chii ada kuita reassurance
Zimbabwe political nation. You know we're a political nation, and you also my articles akanyorwa H Metro yainyora coach, B Metro yainyora coach, Herald iri kunyora coach,
kana inzwa kana vanhu vachinyora coach ndiye anofanira kupindura kwete ziva president anofanira kuita stay out of it. Ona tozotanga kufunga manje kuti ndiye ari kuselecta team idzodzo ndiye ari kudedza vana.
But coach akakudzai zviri kunetsa you start saying he's arrogant. You start saying he's arrogant. But he was telling you, coach,
if he's arrogant,
he's arrogant. 15 years
we call it spade.
And it's true that you haven't won anything. Was he lying?
Let me tell you, I've seen coaches that are arrogant and who back themselves up. Jose Mourinho is arrogant. Pep Guardiola is arrogant. Jurgen Klopp is arrogant. Sir Ferguson was arrogant. Arsene Wenger was arrogant. Mafesa, he was so arrogant because I see what in my arrogance. Ndinokuitira zvinyuwana. Arsene Wenger akamhanya season team isingarowi. Akamhanya season team yake isingarowi. He was arrogant. Pep Guardiola akachinja zvinhu ka. Pep Guardiola idzinga the best player chimbosvika so ngabai vanopopota what akaskoti Ronaldo ngaendi akati akadana Deco nanani ngavaendi. I'm telling you, but akaskotuna Barcelona yaka ikarikita vanhu akauya kuMan City akata kumano ese ngavaendi sikanzi he's chasing my British ndo mwanenge maZimbabweans akati ndezvenyizvo ngavabai yakazoitei Man City. Jurgen Klopp chakauya chikati give me 2 years kuLiverpool handiti tikatanga kuendesa vanhu 1-1 tichiunza uye ozati mavheti vaiva vasingatoti Sadio Mane auye icho chikati ngaauye mupesi akauya and then pakazobuda the three kings Salah, Firmino naMane pane murungu akazotaura vakomana vakatiririza vakomana vanenge shumba dzechidya vanhu nemhuka vaiva vakatiririza bhora rese muEngland because those guys to the extent yekuti Klopp aita akabvunzwa nareporter kunzi hey aiti hanzi you can answer yourself, I don't have time for that chotobaya arrogance
but
every coach
yes, explain
wait a coach worth his salt will back himself up on the field and then you'll have the arrogance to say what he says.
Yes, qualified us for AFCON.
Mushawuri took us to AFCON.
He didn't start those qualifications.
Tell me something new. Mushawuri took us to AFCON.
Nigeria.
Mira. Mushawuri took us to AFCON without saying iwe ikadyiwa ikawina. Mushawuri akapinda fair. Just like this guy. Mofu Marimo took us there. Dudes zvaakaita zvisinamboitwa nevamwe ava.
Bhora ratakaona richitambwa under mhofu kuAFCON ka nebhora ratiri kuona richitambwa naNiza apa yo be the judge wega be the judge
bhora raMushawuri futi versus Memphis
wotarisa neriri kutambwa apa izvinozvi woona kungojaja kuti nderipi rainakidza
mofa aingovhara bhora mofa hapana chimwe chinhu chaita aingovhara bhora
iwe AFCON Egypt against Egypt ratakabirirwa bhora rakakliwa naDesika Penya paline rakanzi ragol yenge iri 1-1 iye
takabirirwa kuCameroon
mofaigwesa one bhora obva avhara mvura ende bhora raipera riri 1-0 iroro you knew kuti he knew who to play when to defend, he knew who to play when he needed to score. You understand?
But you guys, you fired Mofufoot, you fired Pasua, you fired you've been firing everyone. You've been firing every coach. So I don't know what you expect.
It's just we don't fire. Vanofire vari kweko koko. Vari vachine majournalists edu ndiye usho.
But your colleague for his head, but is firing needs going to resolve everything that we have?
It depends on where I'm next.
No, it won't change. I'll tell you why. Can in a basket, Aditya. Can in a basket full of apples. Apple ratanga kuora. That mamwesa ora. You get my point. You get where I'm coming from. So isusu we are using psychological known as iceberg theory, and it's iceberg. Yekuti what you see on top and of the iceberg is not what is going on down there. Instead, what you are seeing on top is just it's a reflection of the past. Bora redu has to be clean, starting from right at the top. Right, and when I say right at the top, away at the bottom, doesn't matter. You my countries they promise for more tire. Those fellas should be in jail. They should not even be there. They should be in jail.
We don't have
this is a national. Listen,
how are the councillors elected?
National, I don't know. This is also want to know. This is a national team. This is a team in Yika. This is one thing. This is one team that's supposed to break down all the barriers that fans in the country have, be it politically or whatever. It's supposed to be knocked down. People come together and support the team for one cause. I'll still go back to Dream Team. Because I experienced that. Dream Team, my supporters, my team, yes,
United.
All because the team united the country. That team united the country. My cousin was a pilot at Ezim. I ever fly. My cousin would come in a flag. You take my pictures. He took them to France. Game real France, Egypt. We play here. He took. I'm taking those guys to France. The pride he had, could he flew them to France? The pride he had, could he flying those guys to? It's because the pride they brought to the nation. Understand? Right now, vakomana vakava, they are even dividing isusu, the fans. Vakomana vaya, both teams that itime mabhiravira yai. Itime mabhira, ichitiona nakuti avachinyebera panapa, itime mabhiravira yai.
Whoa.
Ah,
They've
Yeah.
got the money, they are the funders. Kelvin, what were you saying?
Oh yeah. I'll try to I'll try with a shot. With these two, and also with what you're talking about with the Chicha Kaora, Chicha Itoti is in the war, with the councillors and all that. So I was starting my coach here. Anonzani coach wekurwa muNhambama anonzi the confusers is Taraganzani
Take sure.
Chiragwi, right. So right, what Chiragwi did is unacceptable. Even if we say it's genetic, it's human beings sometimes react in a certain way. I can say maybe munhu wese anogona kuzviita kana if possible, but that doesn't mean kuti hazvina ma-repercussions. Zvakangofanana nemunhu wese anonzi ukauraya munhu wese anoziva kuti even munhu anozikanwa kuti uyu hafa akauraya munhu zvinogona kuitika kuti anogona kuuraya whether accident kana kuti amuuraya achida kana kuti pane chaitika, but the bottom line ndeyekuti you face the consequences. Yeah. So now for what he did, pandakamushora even I think nemapost akamboitwa ndakataura ndakaisa article yangu ipapo ndakareplya to a post, and then ndakazoona aita what I was saying in there kuti at the end of the day, stop your nonsense yekutanga kutaura kuti zvinoitika ibhora ndandazoda so paposition yauri ipapo. When you've done that, you keep your mouth shut. The only thing that you're going to open your mouth to do is to apologize and say whatever zvichaitika bozi ndaita sei ndakanganisa. Don't even try to justify anything. Let us justify for you if we want to justify, but you don't have to tell us. Zvese zvekuzoti zvinoitika kumakochi wedrows azizotaura naishi kunzizo tichitiratidza tioneka kocha akamborova mbozi kana kocha anorova munhu kueurope wanadai kwakunzi ari kwaarova munhu there's consequences as well. You'll be fired, you'll be sacked for doing that. Yeah, if that happened. So that guy, position yake is untenable, especially with the national team. I don't know what my employers are because aungada kuti munhu azodzingwa basa kumuri kunzi atoregera coaching aita sei aditi. My employers they know how to punish him, whether kuti vachamususpend ozodzoka basa vachaita sei, that's fine. But the position yake with the national team, because this is at a national level, it's untenable. And zvokuti hanzi ambomira kuti vamboitwa ma-investigations, that's by and by. He should actually be, that guy should never be anywhere near the national team. He just cannot be, because it's just wrong. Yeah, it's unacceptable. Yeah. Then we have our issue Caetano. It's an interesting one. As much as I understand, we were about Caetano Tembo coming in. It depends. It's not a given. Caetano Tembo is the best thing to happen. And I'll tell you why. In football, sometimes, but too many things in Zimbabwe, like a professionalism, even though people don't understand. Understand professionalism. Yeah. Let me ask you one question. Does any of you know the formation that Caetano's team plays?
No.
So when they decided, to bring in Caetano in there, was there any thinking they've got similar thoughts in terms of way of playing?
According to the president, and according to Caetano and Nis Wacho, I think Nis was the one who trained Caetano when he was doing his coaching pages in South Africa. So he says when they met Ipapo from then, they've sort of a link. So that's why they thought they would be a good fit.
Okay. Let me give you a clear example so you understand what I'm saying. I understand that point, but still, it doesn't satisfy me. And I'll tell you why. When I was playing as a semi-pro here, I had a manager who likes playing, who's a very defensive manager. I'm not a very defensive coach, defensive-minded coach. Yeah, but he was my manager, and later on, when I ended up getting into coaching, and we ended up being joint managers. He took me on board, and we ended up being joint managers. But our style of play was different.
Yeah.
So what had to happen there is I had to, even though we were joint managers, he's the one who brought me there. So I let him take the lead, and I was going to follow whatever the way that he wants to play. I was just going to compliment him in there.
Yeah.
But hand on heart, I wasn't 100% on board with what he wanted, especially when we were losing, because I could see why we're losing with the way that he wants to play. But we are one. So we're still working, we're still singing from the same hymn sheet. But I don't really believe in the way that you're playing. So what I'm trying to say is, even if he trained Caetano, it doesn't mean that Caetano plays the same way that he plays. But Caetano would have respect for him as someone who helped him in his career. So what Caetano could do is come in and say, okay, you like playing 4-2, about 4-2-1-3. I play 3-5-2, but I'm going to, work with you on that 4-2-1-3. But Caetano is not an expert in that 4-2-1-3 because he's an expert in 3-5-2. That's what made him successful. I'm not saying that's how he plays. I'm just giving examples. Yeah. So what it means now is that this coach would have taken, again, this is the problem with Zimbabwe. Yeah. He's doing exactly the same as we have always mourned about, that it shouldn't be about who this person is. It should be about the right fit. If they don't play the same way, if this coach doesn't play the same way as Caetano plays, he shouldn't be getting Caetano. He should be getting someone who plays the way that he plays. Because when he's bringing Caetano, his reasoning is that, because I trained Caetano, so that's jobs for the boys again.
But is there ever a perfect world whereby you get the best assistant who has the same philosophy as you, or it's just that you always have to compromise?
Right. Let's come into Europe then. Into Europe. How many times do you see managers bringing in someone who he has never worked with? He's got his team, yeah? The people he always hangs out, he always moves from one club to another with, yeah? But he brings that person because what he knows that person brings into that system is for the good of the club, and not because he's my old friend or I worked with him before and all that. So I'll give you an example.
What Pep has done with Pep Rangers.
Yeah, and another good example. Yeah, and another good example. Gabriel Heinz is at Arsenal. He hated Arsenal with a passion. He's never had anything to do with Arsenal. But Arteta realized that the way that he carries, by his philosophy, is something that he wants with the way that he wants to play that he wants Arsenal to play like. So what he's done is brought in someone. So Arteta could easily bring an ex-teammate into the fold because we play together. Yeah, or you can bring in someone who from wherever, who he has coached with or he has done, coaching badges with. But he's bringing someone who no one ever thought that he could bring in a Manchester United player to work with him. Yeah. So my point, I'm not bashing Caetano. I'm not bashing the coach. All I'm asking is, on what basis did he bring Caetano in there? Because Caetano is a very good coach, and we know that. But I'm looking after Zimbabwe national team's interests. I don't care about the name. I care about the person who's going to make Zimbabwe national team better where it is, and if that person is on par with the coach, the way that he wants, what the team to play, does he understand that fully? And how is he going to help? How is he going to make it better? Because if they play different ways, then he's just bringing someone to just, sort of work with him, but not necessarily adding value in terms of tactics.
Yeah.
That's my point. And like I said, I reiterate, I'm not saying Caetano is a wrong player because he's the wrong person, but I'm trying to understand, how Caetano's teams play. What is his way of play? Does it align with the Zimbabwe national team for us to have him there? And another thing, whilst I'm still on the coaches as well, it also depends. Whatever, even if Caetano understands that system well that the national team plays, it all now depends with the coach, the head coach, the type of a person that he is. Is he someone who listens? Is he someone who is willing to have someone who tells him, no, if you do A, B, C, D, it won't work because of A, B, C, D. So maybe it's best if you do it this way, and he listens. Or is he that type of a coach who says, I know everything, I've just made you my assistant, but whatever I say goes? You've got to understand that part. And I'll tell you now where that probably worked, like from my part, from when I had a situation where we believed in different ways. Because I'm a very, as much as sometimes I'll get frustrated, but then I'm so straightforward. And the one thing that made us work together well is because when I really see that something is wrong here, I call it out. I call it out and say, no, we can't do this because of this reason, that reason, this reason, yeah. But the difference was that we had equal powers, yeah, that I could call out that. But if I was an assistant, yeah, he can choose not to listen to me and still go with the way that he wants because he's saying the buck stops with me. My head is on the line and not yours. So it's all those things, that we have to factor in when we're looking, at the coaching part. Yeah.
I think probably I think if I heard correctly, when Nice was appointed, we had about 4 top coaches who were there, and then just speaking from what Nice was saying when he had his first interview, I think the agreement they had with Zifa was Nice was going to help train local coaches or bring up someone who could, almost like a succession planning thing, someone who come after him. So I don't know if Nice has any say in terms of, or maybe he has a say in terms of the the coaches kuti ningi anoita here kuya, but it always has to be someone at a local according to the agreement that they had when he started the job. So then maybe, so Tech Sure was probably the first person who was there, and probably because he was already working with the national team. And then From last week's interview, I picked up that Caetano was already supposed to be there when Nis was appointed. I think he was already in the structures, but Caetano couldn't come in straight on because he was still working for another club. So yeah, we don't know about the philosophies, but yeah.
OJ, see
Yeah.
the explanation you've just given. See, there's a lot of things that are wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
When Amorim left Sporting and did come into Manchester United,
Yeah.
Manchester United did not say to him, "We will give you an assistant coach." No. He comes with his own squad, technical staff. Why? Because, like Kev said, the philosophy yabo yakafanana, they know what they are doing there. You don't put apples, lemons and oranges together and say, but at the end of the day, want to have orange juice. You can't do that. When this guy was
Yeah.
appointed, and let's have roles that are clearly defined. Clearly defined. Like, okay, your role here, you are here as an interim coach. We are giving you up to this much. By that time, it's supposed to be. And this idea that he's supposed to coach another coach, make me understand this. How he's supposed to coach another coach to take over the squad.
Um,
How
from
wa-
what he was
how was he
saying,
supposed to coach another coach?
my thinking is this Nis guy is not really a head coach. He was supposed to be a technical advisor or sporting director, that sporting director role, technical advisor role, because that's what he was doing to Israel, Kosovo, and the other countries that he worked at. Besides, kwakamboita hake head coach
Then my
these other
question
small
is, OJ,
countries.
my
Yeah.
question is, why wasn't he appointed as a technical advisor? Why wasn't he given the role that he is qualified for? Then Vokuwesa, a coach and a coacher in his own right, taking advice from this guy.
You are right.
And also, what is he do? If that was the case, what is he doing now? Why is he on the touchline? If I understand where you're coming from, and I'm
Yeah.
just saying that this is all these are the shambles, that we
Yeah.
talk about when we talk
Yeah,
about Zifa,
true.
where things are not clearly defined,
Yeah.
because like Ray has said, uh, if you employ me, when you employ me as a job, I'm looking at it, to be in there long term, to be successful. Nice would want to be successful to to get to the World Cup, to win the Africa Cup of Nations, and all that. So that means he will be in for the long haul. So how is someone in the long haul when already we're saying to him, it's going to be short term for you because we actually want someone to be in your wing, so that they take over you. It's some of these things don't really make sense, you see.
Yeah. I think they were trying to hit two birds with one stone. And remember, Nis was appointed by the interim committee, which had their ideas. And my second sense or my sixth sense says that interim team didn't think elections would be done last year. They thought they would be in for a longer while so that they can implement whatever they wanted to do. So yeah, I do agree. It's a shambles. I think they didn't really know what they wanted, but at the same time, they couldn't continue with Anatapera and they couldn't go with Anamapesa.
Ah,
They,
OJ, it's just vakomana mashambles acho we're trying to put Humpty Dumpty together again. Azvite
yeah,
from Tapera to whoever. Let's go back in history a little bit. Mapes was appointed national team coach, and it started games well, winning. Then he beat Liberia. Arwa Liberia, guess what happened? Zifa came out. Because now he's going to be a co-coach. Namadinda Ndov. Now, that statement alone, anyone with a football brain, a sane football brain, are going to say, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Doesn't
stop.
work.
How do you have two guys as co-coaches, different philosophies, different styles? How then, besides all that, would always have two Maburu Mdanga one, two Baburu Mdanga one. What are you expecting to come out of there? And from there, it was downhill. Like we say, the road is coming from way deeper than all these are. Who
Yeah.
decides you have two co-coaches? Maybe you have two co-coach. Well, Zimbabwe is who are
Doesn't
known
work.
for doing things that no one else has ever done. We come up with these things. I'm telling you, we should be the Guinness Book of Records. So let us understand how we
A
we
beer
just come up.
checks.
I don't know.
Do
We
you
have
know,
this. We have
Guti?
this.
Do you know, Guti, it can be so difficult as co-coaches, co-coaches or joint coaches, joint managers. It can be as difficult as even you're looking at a game and you're thinking the way that we play today, the way that we've played after 15 minutes, we're getting mullered here. We need to change it.
Mm.
It can be that difficult as well, where one is thinking, no, let's keep it like that for the next 5-10 minutes, and the other one is saying, you know what, it's too late. Let's change it now. It
Yeah.
could be
Yeah.
even about substitutes. It could be about how long this player is supposed to be on the pitch against how long it should take before we put a substitute and all that. Yeah, that's the reason why it's always important that the back stops with one person and one person alone.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
End of
Yeah.
story.
You're right.
That depends. You see, this is what I'm saying. Like the vodka is just too deep, for us, for us to get out, You know, when you buy a house, and when you buy a house, hope once in the real estate, it needs a few touches.
Mm.
If you talk the previous owner, oh, good, Isha, in buy guy, I spent 60,000, trying to pick the correction, what. Iwewe, you common sense tell you to know, if I guy, let me blaze it to the ground, put it, Otanga from foundation. Put in the new, now you're building a solid unit, and it's
Yeah.
isusu problem is tinema want to put band-aids pachikoka munhu gumbo twice a band-aid. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Parikuvhinza mvura, we are not putting waterproof sealant, tirakuisa sticky stuff hoping kuti mvura haibudi. Inogona kubata kana 2 minutes, but as the pressure builds inside, it's going to force the loose cogs will come off, and then everything will start going. Let's go. Mushi said something about choosing a player, and then player gets to the extent that he gets comfortable. Yekuti inini I'm always gonna be there. Apana zvavanondita. And
Yeah.
how that affects the player's level. Yebora. Anditika.
Mm.
Do you know gentlemen, I want you to hear me well and clear here. I questioned the idea of having a 54-year-old playing Premier League in Zimbabwe. Do you know what I was told?
We always get
Even
attacked.
one legend said to me, "You're a hater." One Zimbabwe legend, I'm not going to mention names, he said to me, "You're a hater." Dad, why would I hate him? I don't even know this guy. But I'm worried about the standard Yebora Enyika Edu. And I'll tell you why I said that. If we go back from the time, even when you played Mbushi, Munaiwe golden goal, Zimbabwe, my gunmen we knew back then. These guys would have 18, 20, 21, 22 goals. Ana Tsipa would score those goals. Ana Zenzo Moyo would score those goals. Ana Walter Chuma, Ana Joseph Mwanza, those guys scored those goals. And then it started going down. Top goal scorer. The last time Manundaka win 14 goals. How many games do you play a season? That's the number 9. I know played 14 goals. Is that a number 9? That's not the number 9. That's not
No.
the number
Those
9.
are midfield
Number 9.
numbers.
That's a mid.
Number
That's
na
a midfielder. That's a
decline.
midfielder.
Those are
That's a
midfield numbers.
midfielder, right? Or that's a striker who plays for a lowly team. That should be probably in relegation or something, or the lower
But
end of the table.
he played for Cape United. Right. Let me get to my
And
point.
and he won.
So,
And he was the
and then
top
I
goal
said,
scorer.
yeah. And then I said, Uyu Mdara, he plays Benzaya, he plays for the rentals. His team, his son is the captain. That's an in-house thing. But where the problem
coach
starts is
answer.
the team, when it plays versus Dynamos and Itika, he's in there. He's in there. Truth of the matter is, team yakato shorter. Anyone 10. Chero yarimo. Truth, if all things are proper, team yakato shorter. But guess what? The one of the other draw any Dynamos. That's a red sign. Flag should be flying right there. Because if a team like Dynamos fails to beat team in the team here, Chitamba. That's a do you know, look at the UK, when a player gets the age of 32, 33, they start making plans would need to move him on. Do you know why? The demands of the game, the demands are becoming too much for his body. But it's also in our league, a 54-year-old is even playing 90 minutes. It's telling us that there's a problem. League Yedu does not have the quality that's meant to be. Because if our league had the quality that it's supposed to have, Mudaraya will not be anywhere near the football pitch. I was the team in why kind of relegation, but the team is actually good top, and he's playing week in, week out.
And can I add something on what you said?
Yeah.
In the what Zigisa level game, let me lower it even more through something as well. He's in there, ground, and is it? So that team is pretty much playing Yapi red card kutanga game.
Yes,
is the same as that. But that's not the only issue. The only issue is now it's probably even worse. Probably a red card would have been better than him being on the pitch. And I'll tell you why now. Because I've seen that team play. When he's playing, they want to get the ball to him. He's got to be involved. Somehow, I've seen passes where you know that he's not going to do anything with the ball. Probably you need to thread someone a through ball or anything. But given the choice of putting your striker through and passing it to the person who pays your wages, you're passing to the person who pays your wages. So not only are you 10 men in there, but the decisions which are being made in that game make it even worse. So that's how horrible then it becomes, because even after all that, and Dynamo still fails to beat that team.
And Jalai is playing in there,
and a national team right back is playing in there.
Not just Jalai. Kaba Billet is playing in there. Musona is playing in there. Walter Musona is playing in there.
It gets, but that's why we are now being beaten by teams from Swaziland, Champions League. Now we are being eliminated.
There we go.
Botswana, and Mozambique, and Swaziland. Kudara, it wasn't possible. With the Zim team eliminated. Lesotho.
OJ, I gave an example. I asked someone, if you think this guy is alright to be playing in there, this guy, time yana Stuart Mudisa, and was this guy going to play with the kind of marking and intensity those games had? Besides I roots away, because there was no time to be marking around time. Our standards have gone down so much, so much. Our standards are just falling. But what contributes to our standards falling is things like this. People do not see it, but standard, as long as if a player does not have competition, he tends to slack. Why players are always being given the option at bench? That's it. I don't play. So you always have to keep yourself on top, tip-top condition. But not Isusu. There's no need. And let's go to the national team. But Jalai, he's a ball playing right back.
Yeah.
To the left, we have Zemura and we have Divine Lunga. They are both playing wing back. You have Garanga. Garanga is a ball playing centre back.
Yeah.
Who partners Garanga pa CB?
Terrible.
Teenage is not a ball playing centre.
Sorry.
Let's not beat about the bush. Teenage is not a ball playing centre back. Mfesia is a weak link. Papa, I'm sorry. You know what to tell you, he's a weak link. Because there comes a time where he needs to play the ball, to the midfielder's feet. I don't know what to do. Because he's not in a managa in
You know what surprises
when
me
you
is
have
why Galloway asiri kupiwa chance.
I still want to understand why Galloway
say Galloway asiri kupiwa chance unza atambe. He's probably better than all those centre backs.
Because
of course he is.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Teenage mtop shata wani wa Mavi. Wakumana chini chikaiji mafia irutamba. Mabvira mafia irutamba. Teenage mtop shata wa Mavi. Let's not get it twisted. Let's say the facts out. Galloway, if you put Galloway there, na Garanga, Wesa Ichalai, na Divine or Jordan Zemura, or Redika, you've got a positive start because you know they are both playing. They are both playing centre backs. They are going to play the ball into the midfield, and then midfield put ball playing midfielders as well. Takwenda kumberi, give an knowledge. Napana wewe anatawanda mabora kumberi koko. She's smart. Nana Tino bye. You're going to see things, but no. Because let me tell you the problem. I have no proof on it. I have no proof. But I'll tell you, I swear by the living God that I worship. Kutima Varo Badara someone with the national team was
why would he be by paying someone at 32? What does he want?
Let me tell you what happens. Ma function uchingo feature soccer. You're not just going there. Why would you call him to come when the knowledge is there? When you have come, when you have water, so now. So behind all that, pani guarantee ninge to uya kuti chero zvikaita say you'll be there. This is Zimbabwe we're talking about. Let's not. We are all from Zimbabwe.
Because the funny thing is Mave is not playing Luton and it he gets called up, but for now you Andy who hasn't found a club since Ningrigan since Kutanga season he isn't considered, but Niz says he hasn't been considered because he doesn't have a club. But we have Mave, who's basically he's there Luton, but we all know guys he's not.
2 years
it's just the same. Mave is as good as not having a club because he's not even playing. Because he's not doing anything there. He's just the same as Renault Motor. They're the same.
But the coach, the same coach. Look at the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy of Nice saying he can't call Andy because Andy ana club, but he calls the same guy as Rutamba Foot. And maybe better Andy ana injured. Maybe better Andy ana injured. But he calls that the guy, and then he wants to justify that.
Maybe mpana it's on the chimboya ku squatters agajamu. I would.
You know. You know. The one thing I know we're so passionate about our game, and it clearly when we're talking about this, you can tell how painful it is, for us. But I think the one thing that you've got to just keep in your heads is that we are going to discuss these things more and more because it's good to talk about it. But don't expect much to change.
Any changes?
Whilst we're doing this, maybe there might be little changes here and there, and we'll celebrate those little changes because expectations are that you probably don't get any changes. So if you see something very minor, minuscule changes, we've got to celebrate it, because this whole thing is rotten to the core, to an extent where, I actually thought that a Zimbabwean football, it needs, and I'm going to say, I'm not going to say a foreigner, I'm going to say it needed a white man. And that statement can sound, sort of screwed, because I'm talking about race here. But the reason why I would bring race into it is because we have belief that we're more likely to find a white person working, who's been a pro, who's organized, and who doesn't really, but who is so protective of and proud and have pride in what they do, to an extent where they're not going to allow anything to jeopardize their success. That's the mentality that we have. And to be fair, mostly that's what happens. The unfortunate part is that for me, we got a wrong white man, per se. And the reason why I'm saying this is because when I have seen this man talking on TV, when I've directly spoke to this man, or when I've heard him speaking directly, in a room, and also after then, from when we had the chat and all that, the one thing that I've seen is it's almost like I'm talking to someone who grew up in Zimbabwe, because for the better part, most of the things that he's doing what we expect of our local coaches, of the Mapezas, to be doing. That's exactly the same thing, that he's doing, because for starters, players who are not supposed to be there are there, and players who are supposed to be there are not there. Yeah. So you tell me, like you just said, I start questioning things when, like you've said, with the Marvel situation. Yeah. Nies is not a coach who's a very rich man, he's made, tons and tons of money in football, like say he used to play and he was earning 50,000, 100,000 a week. Yeah. He's just one of those journeymen, who's, been working here and there and doing all sorts. So what stops us making assumptions? I'm not saying the truth, but just like what Ray was saying, what makes us stop making assumptions that even Nice himself could be benefiting from Marvin? And that's the reason why I would bring him. What stops us from thinking like that? Yeah. Because bear in mind, Marve is a rich man. We've got to be realistic and truthful about it. Marve is a rich man. And everywhere where they're calling him and they're doing all this, what is because of who Marve is. Yeah. That boy has made millions from football. Yeah. I don't know his worth now or whatever. And if Marve wants to be involved, with Zimbabwe, and you know what, I'm putting a disclaimer, and I'm not saying that this is what's happening, but I'm saying if Marve really wants to play for Zimbabwe and he's not getting a chance, he can't bribe Luton to play him, but he can certainly bribe a man like Nice to keep him in the squad.
Facts.
And
100%.
now, and because imagine, okay, let me put myself in Marve's shoes. Yeah, I want to play for my national team. My club is not playing me, but I'm training and all that, and it matters because I'm the national team, captain. And Nice is going on holiday, and I say to him, I booked, your flight and hotels and all that for you and your wife, wherever you're going, there, because, have fun. And I just put the phone down. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
What stops people from doing that?
You see,
Is
Kevin,
Nice rich enough to say no, Mavi? You're not going to give me 5,000 or
No, no, he's
No,
not.
10,000.
we can't. We
He's
cannot
not.
rule it
He's
out.
not. Yeah,
So
he's not.
so
He's
now,
not.
so what could be the difference between Nice and our local coaches? Because I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Yeah, I go to Zimbabwe. Yeah, because I live in UK. Even though I'm not, I'm just like in any normal person, just working and getting a pay and yes, we do other things here and there, whatever. But basically, I work. Yeah. When
Yeah,
I go to Zimbabwe, they would know that out of for someone who used to play football in Zimbabwe and where I live and with everything that I've done, yeah, I can simply go to Caps United and say, "Oh, I'm here, but I'm. You know what? Today, the man of the match. Today I'm going to give. I'll pay £100, $100. Yeah,
yeah,
I can do that. And
yeah,
guess what? So, what stops me from being pally pally with people who are at Caps there simply because of why I take a suitcase full of stuff, from here, and I'm going to
yeah.
give them to the coaches, give them to players and all that. Yeah,
Mm,
in a way, I'm not looking for anything, but they're not going to say no, Kelvin, you can't give us that. Yeah,
yeah,
they're going to take these things
yeah. They need
because
them.
it's the country that Zimbabwe is. People will accept that.
Yeah.
So now imagine someone who is like Mave, who can easily take 10,000 out of his money and not even think about it.
Now
What
you
stops him
bring
from
us to
what stops him
the
from being involved in there because of
you
his what he has?
yeah you remind me of this Nyayema ethics. Remember when is it Simba Bora was going to Botswana, and the club that is your rival in the in the league gives you 100,000 so that you go
Yeah.
to Botswana and play. So yeah, the ethics already.
And then they were talking that part they were talking about how it's different because this Better Brands is a sponsor and all that.
No,
No, you know what? From
no,
the onset, it shouldn't be allowed.
no.
Because once it's
And,
allowed,
and, and,
what
and,
stops Better Brand? What stops Better Brand acting on behalf of Scotland, bribe
Yeah,
our players in that team in the league? What stops
it
them from
oh,
doing
man,
that?
ezvinozvi tiri kuona maplayers ekuscotland akazara muteam apa handisi kuzomboziva kuti zviri kuitika ndosaka nis akazobvunzwa kunzi ndiwo uri kuselekta here team idzi waona
Yeah,
how?
because
yeah.
Kevin, listen to this. Better Brands is owned by Scott Sakupanya. Scotland FC is owned by Sakupanya. Better Brands sponsors the Premier League. Scotland plays in the Premier League. Simba Bora is the closest rivals to the title this year. They're going to play in Botswana. Better Brands gives Simba Bora 100,000. Gentlemen, you do not need rocket science
it's very simple.
to put those together. This is
It's
wrong
corruption.
on all
should
levels.
never
This
be
is wrong.
happening.
Yeah.
Should
Should
never be
never.
happening.
And
If
don't
Come
anyone
to
was going
that
to give
I
issue.
Simba
think
Bora money,
there's one thing we forgot as well that we're not even bringing into the picture because I remember you were talking about the ZIFA councillors. Yeah, what happened before the elections? Every ZIFA
they
councillor
promised
was
cars.
promised a car. Yeah,
Akapromiswa motikari.
they were promised cars. The only reason why they didn't get those cars is the simple reason being that if he went ahead and gave them the cars, then the ZIFA
Confirms.
president was going to be FIFA were not going to accept him because then that would have been bribery. Yeah, and so the
Yeah.
councillors were then told, no, we're not giving you anything because in
But
fact
we
it
know
was
they were
the way
given.
it was put across was
Vakapiwa
there is no
something
evidence
kusave.
that they were getting anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's someone who's got nothing to do with football who just said he's going to give them cars. But guess what it did? That happened the night before the about the elections, and from my sources, because obviously I knew some people who were there and some people, obviously some people who were, participating as well. Yeah. And I know a couple of ZIFA councillors as well. And we were then told that, in fact, I heard that there were people who had promised to vote for certain people. And when they were told that you've got to vote for certain people to be able to get a car, they changed their vote. Or they changed their votes and said, andingasiyeka mari chamanene mhuri yangu ida kuita sei,
of course.
ida kurarama.
Mbudzi inodya paya
So
yakasungirirwa.
where do we put a stop to that? So that means, and these ZIFA councillors, they're not voted into office. So that means we pretty much have a situation like the political situation that we have in Zimbabwe, where you do not know where changes are going to come from. And as long as the status quo remain, you don't know if things are going to get better or change at all.
Yeah, where would it come from? If kana guard wacho ari pagedhi ari kutochinjana maskadhi nembavha dzacho dziri kuda kupinda.
Nembavha. Yeah.
Yeah, so you know that hapana.
I want to bring an interesting take here. So you have Highlanders, you have Cape United, you have Dynamos, you have Dynamos, Cape Highlanders. We had Zimbabwe Saints, right?
Yeah.
These are big teams. We cannot have a situation where a team like Dynamos is dissolved or dies. You cannot have a situation where the Highlanders dies.
Yeah.
A situation yakapinda Zimbabwe Saints, right?
Yeah.
Because let's talk football. These teams, from the onset of the league, from the change from Rhodesia to Zimbabwe, they've been there. These are community teams. You cannot have a team like Dynamos teams in their Marriott. Some things can just baffle. Let's repeat what Dynamos has here. Let's repeat it. You see, guys like, for example, and then you have, I'm going to give you a situation. You have ZPC Wange. They qualified to the Premier League, right?
Yeah.
They qualified to the Premier League. They said they sold their franchise to Moss and to Moss, and then they changed their name to Megawatt. And then in return, so look, I'm not a fella who thinks it was just a gift to what. Right now, Wange being Wange where they are, they don't have a team in the Premier League, right?
Yeah.
There's a Dream Division 1. My thought is, why didn't ZPC Wange sell their franchise to Wange FC so that they remain with the Premier League team in the town, so that the people they enjoy Premier League football? Let's come to Blawayo. Delma Lupepe came and sponsored. I started a Mazulu. I did things flashy. Flashy for a minute or two. Ikapera. Where Zimbabwe Saints is done. Delma should have sponsored Zimbabwe Saints. Anditika. How you do it? Keep the name Zimbabwe Saints. Anditika. No one owns Zimbabwe Saints. So what you do is you say, whoever has got money to sponsor this team, but we make sure it's Tarakuta say, somewhere, whether on the kid jerseys or whatever. So if it's your turn, you sponsor. OJ supplies up. So Munese knows, but I know Zimbabwe says to sponsor na OJ. So we know you, but you are keeping the team, community team in the league. Listen, if Dynamos was sponsored by Scott, it means Dynamos would have won the African Champions League. If Highlanders was sponsored by Simba Bora, by Budu, the Highlanders or Dioma, Highlanders would have won the African Champions League. If Cape United was sponsored by one of these guys. Now, my point to all this is this. My teams are not new guy. These guys, they have the money. They have the money because of something's favorable on their side, Anditka. It's only because something's favorable on their side. When the winds of change blow, these guys sink, so does that team. And but teams like Dynamos and this, they remain. We need people to stop thinking on selfish standards and think big. Imagine Bhazi Roshan's on Scotland, Rakas Jimbari. Imagine all this money is pouring into that team, being put into Dynamos.
And it goes into
Highlanders,
junior structures.
Zimbabwe says they would have the strongest teams possible, would be seeing fireworks. Right now, let's jump over, let's go to South Africa. South Africa, they've got Sundowns, Kaizer Chiefs, Orlando Pirates, which is one of the big four left there. I don't know. They used to be big, Anditika. There were big teams there.
And the
Those three clubs, look who sponsored them. Look who sponsors them. Vodacom, this, that. There's an issue with involving Nengo Masha in some sponsorship. Chiefs wanted to sell Nengo Masha. There's a sponsor who sponsors Chiefs. Like, you sell him, we're keeping our money. Just told them that they didn't say want to buy Chiefs. We are sponsoring Mariga, but take some place to change the guess what? They extended his contract.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to say, Kuti. We need people with money to sponsor big teams, community teams like Dynamos. His son tells the players, Kuti, you are telling Mun ane Muri. You are telling Mun ane Muri. Kubora kubasaka. Let's remember Bora kubasaka. You are telling Mun awaya kubasa. Kuti yo kachimbo shanda nduku horesi. But apana zono both team there.
Yeah.
If it was a company run on proper structures, people would walk away. But they can't because but imagine if Scott was sponsoring Dynamos, where players are paid on time, they're paid good salaries, they're signed on. We don't do all these good figures. I'm telling you, guys would be rubbing shoulders with the Mamelodi Sundowns, with which are the big teams, them Africa. And our but we can't because we come in with these egoistic, narcissistic thoughts. That one has your team deyangu, starangu. Everything has to say inini. Elections Ray United, Ray this, Ray that. But inini, I'm a Cape United supporter. I played Deko Majins. I'm a Cape United guy. But Caps is suffering into the marriage. Instead of me saying, when the Caps not listen, Mr. Jerry, he named the sponsor team. But I want my name somewhere. Only is up a jazz. You buy it, do sponsor Tenga jazz, is up a jazz. I change nothing. The team remains Caps United. The team remains with Jerry. But
the biggest problem you get from what you're saying, like even dealing in Nigeria or whatever, is that once one way and you can never tell Jerry to step down go to say Maria go to a team itange kuranwa in a professional way. The moment Banongon's marriage he has to remain there. That's the biggest problem. Yoneta noana. Ada kutojika apana kumudza kuti anotokudza kuti zo ndite kana kuti ndofana kuita instead kana kuti nandiri chairman ka ndakunzi kana kuti director but ndiri in charge nechine everything ka but mimi muchisa mari muchita sechidai. So that's how ndo system yevanhu vachinoichi yekuZimbabwe, and this is why nothing has worked for the best, because they don't care about the clubs. They care about their names. Their names in
the
money. They don't really care about club as it is. No.
Yeah.
Saka, you're fighting a losing battle, because we've got football at heart. But the people who are running these clubs and the people who are running the association, they do not have football at heart. And inini, I would say the only time that anything is ever going to change for Zimbabwean football is not because of Zimbabwe Football Association, professionalism, because I don't see that happening. The only thing maybe hopefully one day when they just get the right coach, Why I say that could the right coach rather than kubata bata kumekweso. They're going to because kumekweso to resort a problem. It's so difficult to change anything. But if we end up having a coach, and this is where I thought Nice was going to be, and unfortunately he let me down. If we just have a coach, a professional, and a European coach, anima professionalism, a European standard, a basis, no base, and this is about me. It's my way or the highway. Yeah. What we'll then have with that, they're going to coach Agadaro. Players like Marve are not going to be anywhere near the national team until he is playing football, even if I'm captain. Players mpana uye weku asinazombophikwa because akakomplaina nenyaya yendege, he would be there. He would be at the national team. Yeah. A player, we would not be having 5, 6, 7 players there in Scotland, because that man will be saying from the very onset, Akangonzi, itachakati obati, no, I'm not going to do this. If you want me to do this, then I'm out.
I'm resigning.
So now do they embarrass themselves and let someone go because of his professionalism? Now they have to leave him alone to do his work. That's the only time that I can see things changing. It's always going to be there with Zimbabwean football. The professionalism, but if there is professionalism within, one's gonna coach national team in terms of pacha selector, pacha decider to tamba say, pacha tarisa vanhu from a professional perspective, winning is good enough. Anotamba uya is good enough. Atambe uyu apana munu apana player. I know we run and I on a personal level for him. Good ati, you know what you can get this. Sometimes people think what we're being harsh. We know what in international football, even Southgate. Sometimes when they go international football, I see a good Munuesari on formuga. Diano go the national team. Otherwise, you change the team all the time. Yeah. Saka unevanu no base. So now like Anna Maguire, they've always been someone who tamba Manchester United, but I trust him. Who's that say Kutano Tamba. But that person who gonna manage a difference in label. Player iyo unit kwa Gudaro Munomoga. Akatambo is sure. I don't justify why he's playing. Even someone like Maguire, we know the best football that Maguire has played has been at international level. Yeah. So even if we take out Maguire, Henderson, players like that have been picked up. Have been picked. But they will still do a job because in do qualifier now. But you never see Henderson Achinza are good tamba center half. Yeah, national team because at Tinamangoma center half. Because the center half we can go do now. But you go like let's just say Maguire Aquara and no people national team. One or two fana whether whatever Brighton can or whatever Coop can Sunderland. I know we are national team Momoga. And that young man is definitely going to play that position before a midfielder can play. Saka, even if it means with Madara, and Popa bench, Vagara midfielder, they're not going to play because that's not where they play.
Yeah.
You are not defenders.
So you're not going to play because that's not their position.
Yeah.
Which is the reason why you are very true. Padera na shown in this squad. Because Padera an injury. But Sean, why has now days?
Sean, I think
kutaka complain
So what business does Nice have?
Mushian, add something to what you said. Sorry, before you go on, add something. Pawati, you need a coach with a different mindset. You know this guy no coach South Africa Hugo Boost. I don't Hugo Boost.
Yeah.
His guy. Yeah. Pade pavakatira kumuita izvozvo zvikanzi why are you not calling Ningaruspark? Do you know what he told them? I'm not here to be told what to do. I'm here to coach. ndikadyiwa, if I don't give you results, you fire me and I go. This is a coach arikuvaka CV yake and who believes in what he does. He doesn't want to be told ada kuwina because it's his decision, his choice, and he wants to win according to with the players that he picks and he doesn't pick. Unoziva kuti vakanyarara hove vese vakataura mamedia ese kati this guy vakatombomuti one journalist akati, you know, for a guy who stands his ground, this is the kind of people we need. He will justify the player he called, and he will tell that player to justify why I called you because ndabanotukana nevanhu panze apo because of you. Akaramba anzi Ninki's on form akati, I do not care, I trust that one better. Pane kampana kari kuspaka keku Pirates, Mofokeng. Kachibeba. Because Mofokeng should start, but akatangisa another player and face Antamba Kubiko. He plays for one of these teams, but he's not at all but akati no. When I play my squad, I play that one gives me what I want. Because Kampala can take show boating Radzawanuji. Later Shibo Bochichi, akati Garapanzi. We will play. But what I'm saying is you need a coach, like Mushi said, you need a coach, Arupaka CV, a coach who's got principles, who will say, I'm the coach, I pick the squad, I give you the results. If you don't, you can fire me and I go.
Yeah, you're right.
That's signs of a captured coach. That's signs of a captured coach where if we could get into life yake tichinyatsozva kuti daita kwanisa kunyatsopinda, you probably be shocked kuti you can see a lot of things happening for that man that singazive. So maybe nisu yaka pamwe pay yake chaiye inonzi hana yaka pamwe to 1 kana times 5 or so, more than that. Because if those guys are capable of just giving vanhu kutenga mota vachipa vanhu kana kuti pama 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, what can stop them from buying that manager kuti nisonzi ari kupiwa 10,000 pamwedzi obva hanzi tikukupa 50 and we go in? Do you think kuti anotaura akanzitora andisikuda kudhisa mwana wapokelo or anything, because I don't know pamwe anogona kutamba bhora, but iwowe akapiwa mari akanzi mwana wapokelo afanira kupinda national team anoregerwe kumupinza.
Mbana actually complained that they have to change class because I'm not being given enough playing time. You know, this is the problem. This is the problem in Chinayo. We want to associate. I've always said this, and I'm always saying it, and I even said it to my wife. Do not equate academic intelligence with common sense. One can be academically intelligent, but common sense ka aridofo. You know, kudhara vanhu vaiti vakati wakangwara, vanenge vachiti uyu munhu kuchikoro anogona uyu. But vakati une meno vaiti uyu munhu ane common sense. You understand the difference? Academic intelligence, the common sense does not mean. Do you know what academically can be intelligent, but common sense are one. Zimbabweans we lack that. Zimbabweans do not associate anything with money, with as being. You know, when I say and he said, as a coach, akatamba 30 minutes he was just being polite. He was trying to tell us is not the standard. He was just being polite and Bana is just staying the team. Let him be there. I let him be there. I don't want to say anything. I don't ruffle feathers. He's there. But like Mushi has said, it's not shocking to see with Bana. Akada is commander Chakut, and people is like, does it deserve to be there? But he's the bowler. And one commentator and he's the bowler. How many times has he played to Scotland? You want to stand here and say he's a bowler? Haiwa, how's Kona bowler goes in Australia? You see, I don't like that nonsense. I'm in the UK. Someone in this day of technology, I don't tell you I can't see anything. I see things. I watch games. So what was saying is common sense. We lack common sense as a people. To common sense, this is out, this is in, this is out. Nothing is ever going to change as long as we think if Mari takes precedence. We're never going to change as long as America. Mnenda pa gathering yekumusha mpano wakagara pa side newe. He's probably a millionaire. Zonzi saka tapa decision. Vokujamba vosovunza mpano wako iwe wakagara. And then kwavunza zonzi uindia nemari. But you see vakuru vakati mukuru hanga igare pfunde. You understand? Mukuru hanga igare pfunde. Common sense will tell you Common sense will tell you to go into a family meeting. Indine mari, mkomo wangu hana mari. Common sense will tell you to tora mari upe mkomo wako, I'll get money, ndopa mkomo wangu. Tashika pa meetings, ukanzi, when they look at me, don't mukuru tarisirichi, mukuru nde uyu, why are you looking at me? Indine mpana, uyu mukuru kwa. Taurai na uyu, vanzi, kwa mukuru paudi wa mombe, mukuru oti mombe yache mari, so 300, mukuru pinza mombe, wapa 300. No one knows good in Duampa Mari. You see, what you're doing is you're giving back him that respect he deserves. Some common wako. We lack common sense. We lack common sense to put things into perspective. This is right. This is wrong. This is right. If you can't bowl, you cannot bowl. If you're not a bowler, you're not a bowler. Uno garapanzi. You can't help in them team. Ano gona ngatambi. What we need, those who are physically fit, who are active at the moment should play. Sean Fusire must not be punished because he spoke out. Tino must not be punished because they're the fracas in the nature generalist fake generalist church here. He must not be punished for that. You don't go to a player, you don't say that to a player because you personally never that you're
the coach
I'm telling you, so
this time around.
And one more thing before I go. You know, if you want to tell what miss is captured, let me tell you, similar captured. I know common sense. You get overexcited. Do you see how pompous it just become face here? You think the problem is with me? No, the problem is with you people. The problem is, you see, Coach Cheka, who's being paid the dough on the hour for what the results you're bringing. Another time is right now, BP. Look at the guys who are coach and Nigeria and Ghana, where results are expected. And then I just switch. I'm facing facing it at red so. I now gaze. I took when I'm sort of both. I was going to in Dripama 1. But not this guy. Nissan to Seka. Nissan no Seka. Uno Seka team each giver. Uno Seka what people what results was Seka. This is been captured good data. This was captured. I remember home could data this year.
Yeah. Anyway, so are we saying we are going to write off this game? Any score predictions for South Africa or for Lesotho?
Good luck is all I can say. Good luck.
Baba Tonyura, South Africa. South Africa following their incident, Yamokwena. They're coming for a win.
Guess what Benny McCarthy said in UAE?
Yeah.
Benny McCarthy, someone has to get fired for that. Benny McCarthy,
you have to hold people responsible for that.
Thank you.
He's
Benny McCarthy
right.
said, this is what he said. Let me quote him. And the last time we qualified was what? People are playing around when we want to go to the World Cup and then you mark around. And the Anna Benny, what was the given? You're going to win a game, Masara. We had this thing wrapped. We had it wrapped up already. What is the given that we're going to win? Whoever Anna Benny heads must roll. You see, now you're talking to a nation in a people who hold people accountable for mistakes like that. Why would South Africa let Mukwena play as a speed? Panemu nakarapa graft and he heads to roll.
Exactly.
And of all their people calling for that is their greatest player ever. Is the player who has achieved the most. Wavo and someone has to go. And you know what? He carries weight in South African soccer campaign. And you know that he carries weight in South African football. And he's just called Gucci. Someone has to go for that mistake. But he's saying we had it wrapped up. There was no need to be doing attack with it. Now we're frantically trying to get those points. So can see what's the given and we're going to lose? We're going to beat Zimbabwe and the other team. If you look for it, you'll find it online. Now he's calling for someone to be fired. Isuzu to sekerera Nice. Achida izvamu nazambotamba for 2 years. Timatwachajigiwa tosekerera. Hanza amaya makochalo manyama. Manyama arikura achigocha ari ku-UK nana Mavi. Arikura achita zvaari kuita ari kupuwa mari. Maybe akatotengerwa ningi Lamborghini. Who knows?
Yeah.
Trip yakauya ku-UK that was the most wasted trip yakaita and what did he achieve? The fruits of that trip Satambo
awon. Mira usati wapedza akauya nani? 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 Akauya nani?
No, President.
Enough said. Enough said, gentlemen. It was good talking to you. Hey, we'll talk later.
Good talking to you too.
Yeah, no, we'll talk.
We'll talk.
Nice chat.
Yeah, nice chat. So you think we're not going to get anything both games? At least we should beat Lesotho.
We're not going anywhere, Wang. A draw would be the best, but we're not going
I
anywhere.
mean, Lesotho maybe.
Anyway, we are
Pane
preparing
South Africa
for
ndisona
AFCON.
tichirova South Africa. South
Lesotho
Africa
yachibva.
kuirova hatisi kumboirova hedu tingataura zvimwe zvinhu.
Even Lesotho,
Unogona
the
kutitenda
best we're going to do is draw now.
hatisi patriotic
We're
but
going to draw now.
But takajuma
Bora ari
Nigeria,
mbonyeba.
I can remember Nigeria.
I'm very patriotic, but hapana kwatiri kuenda. We're going nowhere slowly.
Exactly.
Wambona ibhuku what's that again? Going nowhere slowly.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll be back here on
What we do in Zimbabwe,
after
we
the
give
South
silent
Africa
shouts.
game.
Wherever it's used in Zimbabwe, we give silent shouts. We are shouting but silently. And we're going nowhere slowly. Going nowhere slowly. Sekamba hedu going nowhere slowly. Hapana kwatiri kuenda tichingura.
Ndikaseta team yangu tinowina. Ndikaisa Ruby paged. Ndikasatambisa Takwara. Ndikaisa Munashe. I think this time ndomboisa Munashe right paper. Ndoisa Galloway. Hey, Takwara angu I can't. I would play at
Ndiye mufti.
Takwara is a mistake each game. I can't.
Ndakambotaura nyaya yaTakwara zvakanzi.
Takwara is too big to be a footballer, man.
Mafoni edu ari kuita
Takwara is a beast. Takwara is a beast. He's always in beast mode, but he's too slow. Body yake is too big. He's too slow, but I like. He's got this dog thing. He's got this. His Rottweiler mahari so
commitment.
He's got this savage in him. I like that savage he's got in him, but he's slow, man. Because body yake is big, you know.
Yeah.
But I like that savage in him. In the down and in the crowd, man. In the down, we are soldiers, Baba. You don't go and smile. You don't go to smile. But you see, look, you got July 2020 Munashe, 20 Galloway, 20 either 20 Divine. What I say Divine. Papa. I want that is a Divine. Listen, that is a Divine. Pambere pakata pandika. Twaisa mashi. Twaisa mashi na nemurungu na Fabish. Na Fabish andika. Wesa Zemura uku. Wesa Zemura uku. Wesa knowledge uku. Right.
Yeah.
Anditi vavanganwa nawo 8 kwakuda 2 anditi
yeah. Ndizvo. Taisa 4.
Utaisa 1 town.
Inini I would put knowledge pa 9. Anditi toisa 1 tawanda kunona on the other wing. Then pa 10 more toisa ngirikiri ananzani Munetsi. Yeah, but remember, Kama is back and Muniz is always going to play Kama.
Aiwa, he's not supposed to be there.
But
RPJ Kama.
We all know.
Aiwa, and it's a captured in but he's not supposed to be there. To set a Taras, we are Zara, nothing Bomira.
But dealing
dealing
double pivot ya Munashe ya double pivot ya Mnetsi na mpana Fabish,
but I've never watched Fabish play. So even because I never watched Fabish playing, ngati mumbuditsai ndoisa Munetsari.
Saka toisa chirewa ringirikiri pa 10. Then Maswani soenda ku wing. Then Musona otamba 9.
Yes, gun. Tumboenda takadaro. Tumona zvinoita sei.
Yomboenda yakadaro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Musona is good to start, but I just start up front and Kwaku as well. Your play is going to be centered around being the target man. Not Kutaguzvita, the main man cannot achieve. Target man. You're bringing in, because the biggest problem, and the one is doing Naga. You know, he's done well for us as a country, and it. But there's a time yekuti munhu wese nyange wangori superstar unosvika pakuti hausisiri the same as you were. But now manje ka vamwe mindset haichinje manje anoramba achifunga kuti is still that great. Yeah. You see even the mannerism yake when he's on the pitch yekuti uchiri kuzviita dhara and output yako yawanayo ka haisisiri the same.
They make him feel that way.
Now you need to play and they make him feel that way, yeah. So now change your mindset. Now you are lucky to be there.
Yeah.
In the national team. Yeah. So now use a strength yako ya wasarana wewe. You use it to the best advantage that the team can ever have with you. And that is Mono and a good touch. Mono not gonna fight an engineer defender. Be the focal point. We're going to play through you. Vafana mawai menaga. Varkuya ni close to you. Whether it's a flick, whether it's a tested ball, which you into their feet. Don't try to overdo things or overcomplicate. But you see, sometimes I can't say, and I go with the overcomplicate them. I was just saying, I can go. Unoita kishato
drop it deep into midfield.
Did you see that game?
Bora charakaipira
Last game.
Bora charakaipira ukada kuita zvawaita kudhara you find kuti do you know kuti bora kana chitamba bora right now ndogona kuneta zvokuti do in 5 minutes not kuti waneta the whole game. But you're not going to kuneta netuma runs for in 5 minutes you're going to need another 5 minutes or 7 minutes to recover. And you go again. When you're older, when you're younger, it's shorter. When you're older, it becomes difficult. You know the one that border. Could you want the shago with you? Lombo came about the chest as this create on this room space to put right now. As create on this room space because it did recover. Yeah. Now, when I get on them, you start using your head now with it, and if they line the 18 yards, baby, 18 yards both ways, yeah, and Jabuda when the West over and just deep, so really high like that, and the Bora go up on my chest. Do pass I with Nimpana, do pass chest, do pass on Nimpana. When you lay it off.
One goes into space, one goes into space where you can
yeah.
We're gonna the next game. Chirewa Kakai, Mayama Chiro Borako Zoka like it's nothing. What is that new? Tino is Vita. He must have decided it. Here I can name monostica Wango, Chibomira. See hapa na vadiki vaite izvozvo because vachiri nazvo.
Ramba uriko wewe.
Position yourself intelligently kuti ndikamira panapa ngandika vakandipa as a pivot I just turn ndo pauyu. Ndozambana ndiki kuti sanyanya kuenda unakupa iwewe. Tena uchinga pa. Unotozobuda shine onze urugona but hapana. But manje chisuperstar chiri kuwanda because the newspapers, the people, they make him feel that way. Saka for him ndiye machatinetsa futi for him to accept kuti my time has come manje. Zvichanetsa futi.
Do you know kuti kana uri munhu akangwara? That's why uchiona intelligent players even pavanotamba vakura bebeka unonzwa vanhu vachiti uyu anogona kuramba achitamba uyu because he's that good but vasingazivi kuti unozongona aregera because zvine zvatooma but you are trying to make the most out of yourself. So I'll give you an example. Inini ndichitamba semi-pro 43 yeah, and the good time every game. But and bear in mind as well, I was playing as a defensive midfielder. Cannot as a striker. And I come as a striker, 90 minutes is in the time and I pick up the baby. But what I do, I get up to go up and the nature and then effective. The kind of Tamba defensive midfield, I had 2 Titambas in a 4-3-3. And for a long time, Dakatamba Nemwanong and someone else. My son, Muni Oguti IT, Oguti engineer, Oguti Amire Kumanya. Yeah. I know box to box, agenda. if you take the Katorwa border, are good defender. Chikanatane border, are good attacker. Chikotorwa Azoga, and you've got two players. I've got two players in there, and did it. Daitonge superstar because all I know within the coverage, you want 2 hours. Saka imagine then they with a box to box, then they with a box to box in. Kana 20 minutes there's a rainbow. Kufana then down to the Omana state to Sabur. Saka the point is one day good Ziva Pauri. Ziva H Yako. Ziva energy. Ziva kuti ulaste uchibatsira vapana. How best do you play? Usinga zinete too much, but usinga ite se usinga cost for the team.
The team.
Ukada kufunga was a brain chayaka ipira brain not taurira zvinhu zvataita 20 years ago tinofunga kuti chiri kugona kuzviita. But mwiri wako unokutaurira kuti you cannot.
You cannot do it.
So knowledge asvika papoint yekuti he's got to understand body yake. He's got to understand kuti he is no longer that player wekuti anoita back to go orwisana nevanhu panapa odhipa oinonotora bhora otena odzoka otanga umhanyi akadhipa kuzotora bhora from deep haambofa akasvika mubox kana bhora raendeswa wide haafa akasvika mubox kuti anogweza kuti anofinisha hazviite saka chiziva pauri bona but now does that manager tell him that
if the manager played him in midfield, then
he doesn't. Still capable.
Yeah, then he's thinking with the energy. That's the problem. And you're right there. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway,
the problem.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Urunzwiga.
Yeah,
okay, seems it's gone silent. Anyway, I think we've spoken for very long. We were hoping to talk about the team yako Kelvin Caps here going up division.
Do you know? I'll tell you something that you actually love. That you'd love it.
Relegation battle, so yeah, no one.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I'll tell you something.
To South Africa, then we can speak about it, and we hope Kutiniz is listening to us. Maybe I know change your 1 or 2, and we can win. Anyway, see you guys. It was a good talk.
Cheers. Take care, yeah?
No worries.
Okay, bye.
Bye.